Welcome to Sleepy Scrolls Slumber, your personal sanctuary where the wonders of history unfold in whispers. Close your eyes, let the parchment of time unroll, and drift into the amazing world of wonder where every story is a lullaby for the mind. Tonight, we begin. Christmas, over the Western Front, the last letter. Chapter 1, The Weight of Dawn. The mud knows his weight before his boots do. That's what Private James Whitmore thinks as he stands in the pre-dawn darkness of the trench, feeling the earth beneath him shift and settle with each shallow breath. The Western Front in December 1918 is a landscape carved from exhaustion and waiting for orders, waiting for dawn, waiting for the war to remember it promised to end. He is 22 years old, though his hands look older. The letter in his breast pocket crinkles as he adjusts his stance, a sound so small it shouldn't exist in a place of artillery and machinery, yet it does. Paper and ink, a friend's handwriting, slanting across the page in hurried loops. Whitmore. The voice comes from Sergeant Davis, a man whose face has been weathered by 20 months of French winters, and whose eyes have learned to track movement in complete darkness. James turns, the motion careful, economical. In the trenches, every movement counts. Too sudden, and you draw attention. Too slow, and you miss your moment. You're carrying Lieutenant Morrison's letter to the forward position, Davis says, not asks. His breath makes small clouds in the December air. Captain's orders, they need it before sunrise. James nods. The forward position. 200 yards of hell stretched across mud and wire. He's made the run twice before. Both times at night. Both times with his heart hammering so loud, he thought the Germans across no man's land might hear it, but never on Christmas Eve, never when the world feels balanced between violence and something like peace. He takes the second letter, Morrison's letter, from Davis's outstretched hand. The paper is standard issue, but there's something careful in how it's been folded. Something deliberate in the way Morrison's rank and position are written on the outside. This isn't just correspondence. This is memory being sent forward to a friend who might not see tomorrow. Stay low, Davis says, which is what he always says, which is what everyone always says, as if the trenches haven't already taught them all to move like shadows. And Whitmore. The sergeant pauses, his jaw working around words that don't come easily. Merry Christmas. The absurdity of it should be funny. Christmas wishes in a place designed for dying, but James just nods again, tucks Morrison's letter next to his own in his breast pocket, and checks his rifle. The metal is cold enough to burn through his gloves. Behind him, the trench stretches in both directions like a vein cut into the earth. Men huddle in dugouts carved from mud and timber, their faces orange in the glow of small fires that aren't supposed to exist but always do. Someone is singing softly. Silent Night in German-accented English, which means either the wind is carrying sound from the enemy line, or one of their own is homesick enough not to care about the irony. James climbs the first ladder. His boots find the rungs by memory more than sight. The wood is slick with ice and something else. He doesn't think about what else. Never thinks about what else. At the top, he pauses, letting his eyes adjust to the marginally lighter darkness of the surface world. No man's land spreads before him like a frozen sea, all ridges and hollows, and the skeletal remains of what were once trees somewhere out there, past the wire, and the craters, and the things that don't move anymore. Men just like him huddle in trenches just like this one, waiting for dawn, waiting for orders, waiting for Christmas. He drops to his belly without thinking, muscle memory taking over. The mud receives him like a lover, cold and intimate, seeping through the layers of wool and cotton to find skin. His rifle he keeps elevated, cradled in his arms, the barrel pointing forward into the darkness. And then he begins to crawl. Movement in no man's land is an art form learned through terror and practiced in dreams. You move when the flares die. You freeze when the machine guns sweep. You breathe when the artillery pauses to reload. James has learned this art the way others learn to dance or paint, through repetition and failure and the sick understanding that mistakes here have permanent consequences. His elbows dig into frozen earth. His knees find purchase in mud that pulls at him like quicksand. The wire is somewhere ahead. He can sense it more than see it, a metallic presence in the dark, waiting to snag cloth and flesh with equal enthusiasm. A flare goes up from the German line, arcing into the sky like a falling star in reverse. James freezes mid-crawl, his face pressed into mud that tastes of metal and decay. The world turns white and sharp, every shadow becoming an accusation, every bump in the ground a potential target. He counts his heartbeats. 1, 2, 3. Each one feels loud enough to give him away. Each pulse a drum, announcing his presence to the men behind the German guns. The flare hangs in the air like a miniature sun, burning with chemical intensity. And James thinks of childhood 4th of Julys, of sparklers in his sister's hands, of his mother's face lit gold by fireworks over the town square. The flare dies. Darkness returns like a curtain dropping, and James starts moving again, 50 yards now. The letters in his pocket press against his ribs with each breath. His own letter, the one he's been writing and rewriting for 3 weeks now, is addressed to Catherine Pierce, and even thinking her name makes something in his chest tighten. Catherine, with her golden hair and her laugh that sounded like bells. Catherine, who kissed him goodbye at the train station with tears in her eyes and promises on her lips. He remembers the weight of her against him, the way her coat smelled of lavender and winter, the soft wool of her gloves as she touched his face one last time. "Come home," she'd whispered. "Promise me you'll come home." He'd promised. What else could he do? Stand on a train platform in front of the woman he loved and tell her the truth, that the world was eating men like him by the thousands, that promises meant nothing against artillery shells and machine gun fire, that coming home was less a plan than a desperate hope. So he'd promised and held her and climbed onto the train with 90 other boys who'd also made promises they had no right to make. A burst of machine gun fire tears through the night, bullets snapping through the air above his head with sounds like angry insects. James flattens himself further, which shouldn't be possible but somehow is, his body finding ways to make itself smaller, less visible, less real. The gun is firing blind. He knows this because he's not dead, just sweeping the darkness in case something is there. The Germans do this periodically, a reminder that even in the quiet moments, the war is watching. When the firing stops, James waits, counts to 30, counts to 60, then continues crawling. 100 yards now. He's crossed into the zone where the shells have churned the earth into something that barely remembers being ground, Craters overlap craters here, creating a moonscape of mud and water and things he doesn't look at too closely. His hands find the edge of a shell hole, and he slides in, grateful for the cover, pressing his back against the frozen earth wall. For a moment, he allows himself to rest. His breath comes in short, controlled bursts that make small clouds in front of his face. The cold is absolute, penetrating, the kind of cold that makes you forget you were ever warm. His fingers have gone numb inside his gloves. His toes are distant memories, and somewhere deep in his gut, fear sits like a stone, heavy and permanent. But fear is old now. He's been afraid for so long that it's become part of his baseline existence, like hunger or thirst or the constant ache in his lower back from sleeping on frozen ground. He doesn't fight it anymore, just carries it with him like another piece of equipment. He pulls out Morrison's letter, careful not to let the paper catch the faint starlight. He can't read it in the darkness, but he traces the outline with one numb finger, imagining the words inside. Morrison had been at the forward position for 3 weeks now, rotating through with different squads, mapping the German wire patterns and troop movements. They'd been friends since basic training, had shared cigarettes and stories, and the grinding fear that came with waiting for orders that would send them into places like this. The last time James had seen him, Morrison had been thinner, quieter, his eyes holding something that hadn't been there before. "I'm writing something," he'd said, pressing the letter into James's hands. "For my brother. If something happens." He'd stopped there, the sentence dangling unfinished, because finishing it would make it real. James had taken the letter without argument. "That's what you did here. You held each other's hopes and carried each other's final words, because the alternative was facing the possibility that everything you wanted to say might die with you in the mud." He tucks the letter back into his pocket, next to his own for Catherine. 2 letters, 2 promises, 2 futures balanced on the edge of the darkness. The wire looms ahead, a tangle of metal teeth catching what little starlight penetrates the clouds. German wire, which means he's halfway there. James studies it, looking for the gaps that the reconnaissance teams have mapped, the places where a man can squeeze through if he's careful and lucky and willing to trust that the last patrol got it right. He finds the gap, a space barely wider than his shoulders, and begins to thread himself through. The wire catches at his coat, his pack, his helmet, each point of contact, a small spike of panic. One wrong move here, and he'll be stuck, hanging in the wire like bait, waiting for dawn, or a bullet, whichever comes first. But his hands remember this dance. He moves with the wire, not against it, finding the rhythm of advance and retreat that lets him slip through without snagging. The metal is so cold it burns through his gloves, each touch a small brand of ice. Then he's through, out the other side, lying flat in the mud of what is technically German territory, though the map makers seem to forget that no man's land belongs to everyone and no one. The German trench should be 50 yards ahead now, but between here and there is more wire, more mud, more chances to die in ways that won't even make it into the casualty reports. A sound reaches him, voices speaking German, laughing about something. The sound is so normal, so human, that for a moment it doesn't fit. These are supposed to be the enemy, the faceless mass of gray uniforms and spiked helmets that the propaganda posters show as monsters, but they're laughing at a joke. sharing something warm in the cold, being men instead of soldiers. James waits for the voices to fade, then continues crawling. The forward position is to his right, tucked into a bulge in the Allied line that pushes closer to the German trenches than anywhere else. It's an observation post, really, a hole in the ground, staffed by men with binoculars and notebooks, watching and recording, and occasionally dying when the German artillery remembers they're there. He's close now, maybe 30 yards. The mud here is different, churned by more recent shells, still holding the acrid smell of explosives. His hands sink deeper with each. Pull forward. His elbows slide instead of grip, and somewhere ahead, a flare goes up again. This time, he's not fast enough. The light catches him mid-crawl, his body stretched across the mud like a shadow-given substance. He freezes, but freezing doesn't help, because he's moving, has been moving, and the German sentries have eyes trained to spot exactly this kind of movement. The shot comes half a second later, a single rifle crack that splits the night. The bullet doesn't hit him. Instead, it throws up a spray of mud 6 inches from his head, close enough that he feels the displacement of air, close enough that he tastes dirt on his teeth. Then more shots, a whole fusillade of them, rifles, and at least one machine gun, opening up on his position. But James is already moving, not forward now, but sideways, rolling toward the nearest shell crater as bullets snap through the space where he was lying moments before. He hits the crater's edge and tumbles in, sliding down the frozen mud slope into water that shocks the breath from his lungs. The water is February cold, December cold, the kind of cold that makes your heart stutter and your muscles lock. But it's cover, and cover is life. So James huddles in it, his rifle held above the waterline, his whole body shaking with cold and adrenaline. The firing continues for another 30 seconds, just long enough to ensure anything in that stretch of no man's land is either dead or smart enough to stay hidden. Then stops. The flare dies. Silence returns, broken only by James's chattering teeth and the hammering of his heart. He gives it 5 minutes by his count, though time moves strangely when you're soaked and frozen and hiding in a shell crater. Then he climbs out the opposite side, moving with exaggerated care, every nerve screaming at him to stay put, stay hidden, stay alive. But Morrison is waiting. The letter is still dry, in its waterproof pouch, still pressed against his chest, and dawn is coming whether he moves or not. The forward position announces itself with a whispered challenge. Christmas. James responds with the countersign, star. Then hands reach down, grab his arms, and pull him into a hole that smells of earth and men and the distinctive metallic tang of fear. He's made it. In the dugout, someone has managed to light a candle. It's wedged into a crack in the timber wall, burning with a small flame that seems impossibly bright in the absolute darkness. James's hands tremble as he pulls off his gloves, not from cold alone, but from the aftermath of adrenaline, that chemical storm that follows survival. The candlelight catches on the muddy walls, turning them bronze and gold, transforming this hole in the ground into something almost sacred. Water drips somewhere in the darkness, a steady rhythm that sounds like a clock counting down to something inevitable. His hands, when he looks at them in the flame's glow, are caked with mud that's already hardening, transforming his skin into something that belongs more to the earth than to him. The letters in his pocket are still there, still dry, still waiting to be delivered. End of part 1. Part 2. He looks around the dugout at the faces in the candlelight. 4 men he's never met before tonight. 4 strangers who might become friends or might become names on a casualty list. In war, it's hard to tell the difference until it's too late. Corporal Hayes sits in the corner, meticulously cleaning his rifle. His hands move with practiced efficiency, disassembling, cleaning, reassembling. The ritual of it seems to calm him, or maybe it's just something to do with his hands. Something to focus on besides the waiting and the cold and the knowledge that dawn is coming. Private Sullivan leans against the opposite wall, his rosary beads moving through his fingers in a constant rhythm. His lips move silently, prayers probably, or maybe just counting. Either way, it's another ritual, another way of making time pass in small, manageable increments. Private Chin watches the German line through the observation slit, patient, vigilant, recording everything he sees in a small notebook that he keeps in a waterproof pouch. Troop movements, wire placements, the location of machine gun nests, all the intelligence that might save lives tomorrow or end them. And Lieutenant Peters sits with his shaking hands, clasped together, trying through sheer force of will to make them still. James has heard the stories about how Peters was buried alive when a shell collapsed his dugout back in October, how they dug him out after 4 hours, how he was silent for 3 days afterward. Now he talks, but his hands never stop shaking. "You made it across in one piece," Hayes observes, without looking up from his rifle. "Heard the Germans light you up about halfway." "Got lucky," James says. He flexes his fingers, trying to work it feeling back into them. "Flare caught me moving. They didn't adjust their aim fast enough." Sullivan makes a sound that might be a laugh or might be something darker. "Lucky," he repeats, as if testing the word's weight. That's one way to put it. His fingers move across the rosary beads in an unconscious rhythm, muscle memory from a lifetime of prayers. From the observation slit, Chin speaks without turning around. They're singing again, Christmas carols. His English is unaccented, perfect. Same ones we were singing earlier. Strange, isn't it? Peters doesn't respond, just stares at his shaking hands as if he might will them still through force of observation. James has seen this before. Men who've been broken by the war but refuse to admit it, who keep showing up, keep doing their duty, even though something fundamental inside them has shattered. He thinks about Catherine again, about the last letter he received from her 2 weeks ago. She'd written about Christmas preparations back home, about decorating the tree in the town square, about the carol service at church. Normal things, peaceful things, things that feel impossibly far away from this dugout and this war. He'd tried to write back, tried to tell her what Christmas Eve looked like here, but every time he put pen to paper, the word came out wrong, too honest, too dark, too much like the truth. So instead, he'd written about the weather, about the food, about the men in his company. Safe things, distant things, things that wouldn't make her worry more than she already was. But tonight, crawling across no man's land, with bullets snapping past his head, he'd promised himself he'd write differently. He'd tell her the truth, or as much of it as the censors would allow. Because if something happened to him, if he didn't make it back, he wanted her to know that he'd thought about her constantly, that her memory had kept him sane, that loving her was the only thing that made any of this bearable. Christmas Eve, Hayes says to no one in particular. He holds up a photograph, creased and worn from constant handling. A little girl with blonde curls smiles out from the image, frozen forever at 2 years old. My daughter turns 3 next week, 3 years old, and I've seen her for maybe 6 months total of her life. The silence that follows is heavy with things unsaid. Everyone here has someone waiting, someone they've left behind, someone who's counting days and sending letters and hoping against hope that their soldier comes home. James pulls out his own photograph. Catherine, in her parents' garden last summer, sunlight turning her hair to gold. He hasn't seen her in 14 months. 14 months of letters that take weeks to arrive and say everything except what he really wants to say, which is that he's scared, that he's tired, that he's not sure who he'll be when he comes home. If he comes home, that the war is changing him in ways he doesn't fully understand yet, and that sometimes, in the darkest moments, he's afraid she won't recognize the man who returns to her. The armistice is holding, Sullivan offers, which is what they all keep telling each other, as if repetition will make it more true. War's over, we're just waiting for the paperwork to catch up. But the war doesn't feel over. It feels like a beast holding its breath, waiting to see what happens next. Men still die in the interim, from accidents, from infection, from old shells that haven't gotten the memo about the ceasefire. The trenches still stink of death and cordite. The artillery still sits ready, shells loaded, waiting for an order that might or might not come. James pulls Morrison's letter from his pocket and sets it on the dugout floor between them, carefully, as if it might break. Letter 4, Morrison, he says, from Lieutenant Morrison, his brother. Peters looks at it with his shaking hands. I didn't know he had a brother. Twin brother, James says, both enlisted. Lieutenant Morrison got sent to the engineers. Our Morrison ended up here. He doesn't add the rest. The twin brothers serving in the same war is a special kind of torture. That every day you wake up wondering if your other half is still alive, still whole, still recognizable as the person who shared your face. Outside the dugout, the night continues its slow progress toward dawn. Somewhere in the distance, artillery fires, 3 rounds, then silence. The sound rolls across no man's land like thunder. Everyone in the dugout flinches, even though they know the shells are falling somewhere else, even though they know the odds of a direct hit are astronomical. But odds don't matter when you're the one in the statistical outlier. James has seen enough death to know that probability is cold comfort when you're the man underneath the shell. The candle flickers, burns lower. Someone will need to replace it soon, but for now, they all just sit in its dying light. 5 men in a hole in the ground, waiting for dawn, waiting for orders, waiting for whatever comes next. And James thinks about Morrison out there somewhere, either coming back to the forward position or not, either reading his brother's letter by morning or not, either surviving Christmas or becoming another name on a list that someone back home will read with breaking heart and trembling hands. He closes his eyes, and in the darkness behind his eyelids, he sees Catherine, standing in winter sunlight, snow falling around her like stars descending. Her hair is loose, catching the light, turning gold and white and silver all at once. She's wearing her blue coat, the one with the pearl buttons. and those soft wool gloves he can still feel against his cheek when he closes his eyes. "Come home," she says, in his memory, and her eyes are so bright with unshed tears. "Promise me." And he promises, even though promises feel impossible, even though the world is about to swallow him whole. He promises because love requires faith, and faith requires the willingness to believe in things you cannot guarantee. The candle gutters, flickers, steadies, and in its light, 5 men wait for Christmas morning. Chapter 2, The Forward Position. Morrison isn't there. The forward position holds 4 men instead of the usual 5, their faces drawn and exhausted in the candle's glow. Corporal Hayes, whom James recognizes from the same training company back at Camp Merritt, Private Sullivan, Boston Irish, with a rosary wrapped around his wrist, Private Chin, quiet and efficient, already manning the observation slit that faces the German line, and Lieutenant Peters, who at 24 looks 50 and whose hands shake constantly from shell shock he refuses to acknowledge. "Morrison rotated back yesterday," Peters says before James can ask. His voice is thin, stretched. "Said he needed to file his reports with command. Should be back before dawn." James nods, though something in his chest tightens. Morrison's letter feels heavier now, more urgent, but there's nothing to do except wait. So he settles against the dugout wall, his wet uniform already starting to freeze in the cold, and watches the candle flicker. "You made it across in one piece," Hayes observes. It's not quite a question, more an acknowledgement of the obvious miracle of survival. "Heard the Germans light you up about halfway. Got lucky." James flexes his fingers, trying to work, feeling back into them. "Flare caught me moving. They didn't adjust their aim fast enough." Sullivan makes a sound that might be a laugh or might be something darker. "Lucky," he repeats, as if testing the word's weight. That's one way to put it. His fingers move across the rosary beads in an unconscious rhythm. Muscle memory from a lifetime of prayers. From the observation slit, Chin speaks without turning around. They're singing again, Christmas carols. His English is unaccented, perfect, the result of being born in San Francisco to parents who'd crossed an ocean to find something better. Same ones we were singing earlier. Strange, isn't it? Peters doesn't respond, just stares at his shaking hands, as if he might will them, still through force of observation. James has heard the stories about Peters, how he'd been buried alive when a shell collapsed his dugout back in October, how they dug him out after 4 hours of frantic excavation, how he'd been completely silent for 3 days afterward. Now he talks, but his hands never stop shaking, as if some part of him is still buried, still waiting to be found. Christmas Eve, Hayes says to no one in particular. "My daughter turns 3 next week, 3 years old, and I've seen her for maybe 6 months, total of her life." He pulls a photograph from his pocket, creased and worn from constant handling, and holds it toward the candlelight. A little girl with blonde curls smiles out from the image, frozen forever at 2 years old, forever innocent of trenches and wire and the sound of artillery fire. James thinks of Catherine, of the photograph he carries of her standing in her parents' garden last summer, sunlight turning her hair to gold. He hasn't seen her in 14 months. 14 months of letters that take weeks to arrive and say everything except what he really wants to say, which is that he's scared, that he's tired, that he's not sure who he'll be when he comes home, if he comes home. The armistice is holding. Sullivan offers, which is what they all keep telling each other, as if repetition will make it more true. War's over. We're just waiting for the paperwork to catch up. But the war doesn't feel over. It feels like a beast holding its breath, waiting to see what happens next. Men still die in the interim. From accidents, from infection, from old shells that haven't gotten the memo about the ceasefire. The trenches still stink of death and cordite. The artillery still sits ready, shells loaded, waiting for an order that might or might not come. James pulls Morrison's letter from his pocket and sets it on the dugout floor between them, carefully, as if it might break. "Letter from Morrison," he says unnecessarily. "From Lieutenant Morrison, his brother." Peters looks at it with his shaking hands. "I didn't know he had a brother." "Twin brother," James says, "both enlisted. Lieutenant Morrison got sent to the engineers. Our Morrison ended up here." He doesn't add the rest. The twin brothers serving in the same war is a special kind of torture. That every day you wake up wondering if your other half is still alive, still whole, still recognizable as the person who shared your face. The silence that follows is broken by Chen's voice from the observation post. Movement, German trench, looks like a patrol, maybe 3 men. No, 4. They're climbing out. Everyone freezes. Peters' hand stops shaking for just a moment, as if even his body understands the need for absolute stillness. Hayes reaches for his rifle slowly, carefully, making no sound louder than breathing. Heading toward us, Peters whispers. "Parallel to the trench line, moving east." Chen's voice is steady, clinical. "They're carrying something, looks like a stretcher." The tension doesn't break, but it shifts. A stretcher means casualties, means someone on the German side is doing exactly what they'd do, trying to bring in wounded before the cold or the wounds finish them. The armistice is supposed to mean no more fighting, but it doesn't mean the fighting stops, leaving bodies in its wake. They watch through the slit as the German patrol disappears into the darkness. 4 men carrying a burden that might already be a corpse. No one shoots, no one even chambers around. The unspoken rules of Christmas Eve hold, at least for now. "Must be nice," Sullivan says quietly, "to have friends who come looking for you." Hayes sets his rifle down. "We'd come looking for you, Sullivan." "Would you?" There's something in Sullivan's voice that isn't quite doubt, but isn't quite belief either. "Or would you write me off, mark me down in the casualty lists, and move on to the next poor soul?" No one answers, because the honest answer is complicated. Yes, they'd come looking. But also, no, they wouldn't, because sometimes the cost of retrieval is higher than anyone can pay. And sometimes the kindest thing you can do for a friend is let them be dead instead of dying slowly in a crater while you watch from safety. The war has taught them all the mathematics of survival, the calculations that weigh 1 life against 5, the equations that determine when bravery becomes stupidity, when loyalty becomes suicide. These aren't lessons anyone wanted to learn, but the trenches are efficient teachers. James closes his eyes and finds himself somewhere else, not in the dugout with its smells of earth and unwashed men and the constant threat of death. Instead, he's standing on a hillside in October, 3 years ago, when the world was still whole and wars were things that happened to other people in other places. Catherine is beside him, her hand in his, both of them watching the sun set over the valley below their town. The air smells of wood smoke and falling leaves, and somewhere in the distance, a church bell is ringing. "Do you think we'll always have this?" she asks, and her voice in the memory is so clear he could swear she's standing next to him in the dugout. In the memory, he says yes, because that's what you say when you're young and in love, and the future seems like something you can hold in your hands, like a gift. In the dugout, with mud in his hair, and Morrison's letter on the floor, and the smell of death in every breath, he knows better. Nothing lasts, not the good moments, not the bad ones. Everything is temporary, everything is fleeting, and the only question that matters is what you choose to do with the time you have. "Whitmore." He opens his eyes to find Peter staring at him. "You all right?" "Fine." James straightens, feeling the ache in his back, the cold in his bones, the weight of exhaustion that never quite goes away. "Just thinking about home." Peters nods as if this makes perfect sense, which it does. Home is what they all think about, the dream that gets them through the nights, the promise that keeps them breathing when breathing is the hardest thing they have to do. "Morrison should be back soon," Peters says, though it sounds more like a hope than a certainty. "We'll rotate you out with him, get you back to the main trench before Christmas morning." James picks up the letter, feels its weight, and tucks it back into his pocket. "I can wait." And so they wait. That's what war is, really. 90% waiting and 10% terror, with no clear boundary between the two. They wait while the candle burns down to a nub. They wait while Chen rotates off the observation post and Sullivan takes his place. They wait while the night deepens and the cold seeps further into their bones and the war holds its breath around them. End of Part 2. Part 3. Somewhere in the distance, artillery fires. 3 rounds, then silence. Habit maybe, or a reminder. The sound rolls across no man's land like thunder, and everyone in the dugout flinches, even though they know the shells are falling somewhere else, even though they know the odds of a direct hit are astronomical. But odds don't matter when you're the one in the statistical outlier. James has seen enough death to know that probability is cold comfort when you're the man underneath the shell. "Tell me about Boston," Hayes says to Sullivan, which is his way of asking for a distraction, for something to think about besides the cold and the waiting and the possibility of dying on Christmas Eve. Sullivan's face softens in the candlelight. "What do you want to know?" "Anything, everything, just talk." So Sullivan talks. He tells them about the harbor, about the way the water looks in winter, all gray and choppy and angry. He tells them about his neighborhood, about the Irish bars where men who'd crossed an ocean went to remember the homes they'd left behind. He tells them about his mother's cooking, about Sunday Mass at St. Patrick's, about the girl he'd been too shy to talk to who worked at the bakery on Tremont Street. The words wash over James like water, carrying him away from the dugout, away from France, away from the war. He's never been to Boston, but in Sullivan's telling, it becomes real. The smell of salt air, the sound of trolley bells, the taste of fresh bread in the morning. Chen adds his own stories about San Francisco, the hills, the fog, the Chinese district where his grandmother still lived, making dumplings in a kitchen that smelled of ginger and sesame oil. Peters talks about Kansas, about wheat fields that stretched to the horizon, about skies so big they made you feel small, in the best possible way. Hayes describes Pennsylvania coal country, the mines where his father and grandfather had worked, the company town where everyone knew everyone, and poverty was so universal it didn't even feel like poverty anymore, just life. They're building something with these stories. James realizes they're constructing a version of America that exists only in their collective memory, a place that's simultaneously more real and less real than the country they left behind. It's the America they're fighting for, the one they've promised to protect, even though none of them are entirely sure what that means anymore. "Where are you from, Whitmore?" Chen asks. "Iowa," James says. "Little town called Riverside. Population 800 if you count the dairy cows." He smiles despite himself. "My father runs the general store. My mother teaches piano lessons. I have a sister who's studying to be a nurse." "And Catherine?" Hayes asks, because apparently James talks about her more than he realizes. "Catherine," James closes his eyes, lets himself remember. "Catherine is everything. We grew up together, lived 3 houses apart. She was my sister's best friend before she was anything to me." He pauses, searching for the right words. "She smells like lavender, wears these soft wool gloves in winter, has a laugh that sounds like bells, and she promised to wait for me." "She will," Sullivan says, with surprising certainty. "How do you know?" "Because the way you talk about her, that's not one-sided. That's the kind of love that waits." Sullivan's fingers move over his rosary again. "My grandmother used to say that real love is the kind that makes waiting feel like hope instead of punishment." James lets himself remember fully now. Catherine standing in the winter sunlight of their last day together, snow falling behind her like stars descending. Her hair is loose, catching the light, turning gold and white and silver all at once. She's wearing her blue coat, the one with the pearl buttons, and those soft wool gloves he can still feel against his cheek when he closes his eyes. "Come home," she says, again in his memory, and her eyes are so bright with unshed tears that he has to look away. "Promise me." And he promises, even though promises feel impossible. Even though the world is about to swallow him whole, he promises because love requires faith, and faith requires the willingness to believe in things you cannot guarantee. The candle flickers, dies. Someone lights another, and in the renewed light, 5 men continue their vigil, waiting for Morrison, waiting for dawn, waiting for Christmas. Chapter 3. The Night Patrol. Morrison still hasn't returned by midnight. Peters is trying not to show his worry, but his hands shake harder now, and he keeps checking his watch as if the act of looking might make time move faster or Morrison appear through sheer force of observation. The candle has been replaced twice, and the dugout smells of hot wax and cold earth, and the particular staleness that comes from 5 men breathing the same air for too long. Maybe command kept him, Chen offers from his post at the observation slit. Reports take time, debriefings, all that. But they all know this is generous wishful thinking. Command doesn't keep people past dark. Not during the armistice, not on Christmas Eve. If Morrison isn't here, it's because something went wrong between the main trench and the forward position. Something that happened in the 200 yards of darkness that James had just crawled through. "I should go look for him," James says, though the thought of crossing no man's land again makes something in his stomach clench. "No." Peter's voice is flat, final. We don't send anyone else out there, not at night, not without orders. But if he's hurt, he's either going to make it back on his own, or he's not. Sending you after him just means we lose 2 men instead of 1. Peters looks at James, and for a moment, his eyes are completely clear, completely present. I know he's your friend, but I can't lose you both. The logic is sound. James knows it's sound, but logic and emotion are different creatures. And the emotion screaming in his chest says that Morrison is out there somewhere, maybe bleeding, maybe dying, maybe calling for help that won't come, because they're all too smart to risk themselves for a statistical probability. We wait until dawn, Peters says. If he's not back by then, we send a patrol, proper one, with support. He checks his watch again, a nervous tick that seems to give him something to do with his shaking hands. 4 more hours. We can wait 4 more hours. 4 hours. An eternity in a place where time is measured in heartbeats and breaths and the spaces between artillery rounds. James settles back against the dugout wall. He thinks about Morrison, about their friendship that started in basic training, about shared cigarettes and terrible coffee, and the grinding monotony of waiting for orders. Morrison had a way of making even the worst days bearable. He'd tell jokes that weren't funny, but somehow made you laugh anyway. He'd share his rations when you'd lost yours in a mudslide. He'd stand watch when you were too exhausted to keep your eyes open. And he'd talk about his twin brother, Lieutenant Morrison, the engineer who'd been assigned to a different unit, a different part of the front. Morrison worried about him constantly, wondered if his brother was safe, if he was eating enough, if he was surviving this war that seemed designed to consume them all. Tell me about Morrison, Hayes says quietly, as if reading James's mind. James closes his eyes, remembers. He's the kind of person who makes you believe things might turn out all right, even when everything suggests otherwise. He has this laugh, kind of a wheeze actually. Sounds like he's being strangled, but it's genuine, real, the kind of laugh that makes other people laugh just hearing it. And he's always writing letters to his brother, to his mother, to this girl back home whose name I've forgotten, but whose photograph he keeps in his left breast pocket, right over his heart. Sullivan nods slowly. Sounds like a good man. He is. The silence that follows is heavy with things unsaid, with the knowledge that good men die in this war just as easily as bad ones, that bravery and kindness and that wheezing laugh offer no protection against bullets or shells or the random cruelty of fate. Contact. Chen's voice cuts through the quiet, sharp and urgent. German trench. Someone's climbing out, just one, moving slow. Everyone moves at once, Hayes and Sullivan grabbing their rifles, Peters pulling himself to the observation slit, James folding Morrison's letter and tucking it away with movements that have become automatic. The dugout's atmosphere shifts instantly from drowsy vigilance to electric tension. Where? Peters whispers. 40 yards, directly across from our position. I think he's injured, limping. Chen's voice stays steady, professional, but James can hear the undercurrent of something else, curiosity maybe, or concern, or the strange empathy that comes from watching another human being struggle. Is he armed? Can't tell, too dark, but his hands are. He's holding something. Small, maybe a canteen. They watch in silence as the German soldier makes his way across no man's land. His progress is agonizingly slow, each step seeming to cost him, each yard traveled an act of will. He's heading not toward the Allied trench, but parallel to it, following some route only he can see. Should we? Sullivan starts, then stops, because there's no ending to that sentence that makes sense. Should they shoot, call out, watch, intervene? The armistice has created this strange liminal space where the old rules don't quite apply, but new ones haven't been written yet. He's going for the crater, Chen observes, the big one, about 30 yards east of here. James knows that crater. Everyone knows that crater. It's the size of a small house, blown into existence 2 weeks ago by a shell that fell short of the German line. The blast had been loud enough to wake the dead, and for a few minutes afterward, both sides had been too stunned to do anything except stare at the new geography. There's something in that crater, Peters says slowly, or someone. He's going for a body. The implications of this settle over them like snow. A German soldier, injured, limping across no man's land on Christmas Eve to retrieve a body from a crater. It's either the bravest thing they've ever seen or the most foolish, and the line between those two qualities has always been thin. His friend, Hayes says quietly, has to be. Only reason you'd risk it. They watch as the German soldier reaches the crater's edge and disappears over the side. For a long moment, there's nothing, just darkness, and the sound of their own breathing and the distant echo of someone singing "O Holy Night" in German from the enemy trench. Then 2 figures appear at the crater's edge. The German soldier, still limping, now supporting another man who can barely stand. Together, they begin the slow journey back, moving like a single wounded creature through the darkness. "We should help," James says, and he's already moving toward the dugout entrance before Peters can stop him. "Whitmore, don't." But James is climbing out, his rifle left behind, his hands empty and visible in the darkness. It's stupid. It's reckless. It violates every rule they've been taught about survival. But watching those 2 men struggle across no man's land while he does nothing feels worse than stupid or reckless. It feels inhuman. The German soldier sees him coming and freezes, one arm supporting his wounded friend, the other reaching automatically for a weapon that isn't there. For a moment, they stare at each other across 10 yards of darkness. 2 soldiers from opposing armies, both too tired and too human to sustain the fiction of hatred. James raises his empty hands slowly, carefully, the universal gesture of non-threat. "I'm not armed," he says, knowing the German probably doesn't understand English, but hoping the tone conveys meaning. The German soldier says something in return, rapid German, that James can't parse, but his posture relaxes fractionally. James moves closer, still showing his empty hands, until he's near enough to see the man's face in the darkness. Young, maybe younger than James, face streaked with mud and exhaustion. James points at the wounded man, then at the German trench, then makes a gesture of support. The meaning is clear. "I'll help." The German soldier hesitates, then nods. Together, they redistribute the wounded man's weight, each taking one side, and begin the slow walk back to the German line. The wounded man is barely conscious, mumbling in German, and James can feel the fever, heat radiating from his body. even through their combined uniforms. They make it 20 yards before the German soldier speaks again. This time, it's a single word, clear and unmistakable. Danke. You're welcome, James replies, which is absurd. Saying you're welcome to someone who could have shot him yesterday, who might shoot him tomorrow, who is technically still his enemy, even though they're walking side by side through the darkness like old friends helping someone home from a bar. They reach the German wire, and hands appear from the trench, other soldiers helping to lower the wounded man to safety. The German soldier, who'd made the retrieval run, turns to James one last time. He's breathing hard, sweating despite the cold, his face drawn with pain from whatever injury he's carrying. He reaches into his pocket and pulls something out, a small tin, battered and dented, opens it to reveal chocolate, dark and precious, in a world where food is ammunition and sweetness is a memory. He breaks off half and offers it to James. They stand there in no man's land, two soldiers from opposing sides, sharing chocolate under a sky full of stars. The absurdity of it should be crushing, but instead, it feels sacred, as if this moment exists outside of war, outside of armies and nations and all the machinery that brought them here. James takes the chocolate. It's dark and bitter and tastes like everything good he's been missing. The German soldier smiles, a genuine smile that transforms his exhausted face into something young and alive. Frohe Weihnachten, the German says. Merry Christmas, James replies. Then the German soldier is climbing back into his trench, and James is walking back across no man's land alone, the taste of chocolate on his tongue and the strange lightness of grace in his chest. End of part 3. Part 4. When James climbs back into the forward position, Peters is waiting with an expression that's equal parts relief and fury. That was the stupidest thing I've ever seen, he says, his hands shaking worse than before. You could have been killed. We all could have been killed if they'd opened fire. But they didn't, James says quietly. He shows them the chocolate, still wrapped in its tin. He gave me this for helping. The anger drains from Peter's face, replaced by something more complex. Wonder, maybe, or confusion, or the cognitive dissonance of trying to reconcile the enemy with basic human decency. He takes the chocolate tin carefully, as if it might explode, and turns it over in his shaking hands. German chocolate, Hayes observes. The good stuff. My wife sent me some in a care package once. This is quality. They pass the tin around, each man breaking off a piece, and for a few minutes, the dugout is silent except for the sounds of eating and the distant continuation of Christmas carols from both trench lines. The chocolate is rich and dark and impossibly good, tasting of civilization and normalcy and a world where men can share sweets instead of bullets. My grandmother made chocolate like this, Sullivan says, his voice distant with memory. Every Christmas, she'd spend days making it, and then we'd all gather in her tiny kitchen and eat it while she told stories about the old country. He pauses, turning the chocolate over in his fingers. I wonder if his grandmother made this. Probably, Chin says. Food is how we remember home, how we stay connected to the people we love. He takes a small bite, savoring it. My grandmother makes these dumplings, pork and ginger and garlic. Every time I eat them, I'm 5 years old again, sitting in her kitchen, watching her fold the wrappers. Hayes pulls out the photograph of his daughter again, studies it in the candlelight. I wonder what she's eating tonight. Probably ham. My wife always makes ham for Christmas. And those little potatoes with the butter and herbs. His voice cracks slightly. 3 years old, and I'm missing it. You'll have other Christmases, James says, though the words feel hollow even as he speaks them. Because how many soldiers have said exactly that? How many men have promised themselves there would be other holidays, other chances, other moments, only to have those promises buried in the mud? Morrison should be here, Peters says suddenly, the words dropping into the quiet like stones into water. He should be here sharing this chocolate and telling us about his terrible coffee and complaining about the cold. His hands have stopped shaking, but only because he's gripping them together so hard his knuckles have gone white. Where is he? No one answers. Because there is no good answer, Morrison is either coming back or he isn't, and all the wishing in the world won't change that fundamental binary. Chapter 4. The Silent Hours. Sometime around 3 a.m, the accordion from the German trench plays a lullaby. James doesn't know the tune, but it's beautiful in a melancholic way, speaking of loss and longing and the hope that somewhere, somehow, there's still a place where people can rest. He finds himself swaying to the music, his eyes heavy with exhaustion, his body demanding sleep, but his mind refusing to surrender consciousness. Not yet, not until he's sure the night will hold, that Christmas won't betray them in the darkest hours, that the ceasefire will last until dawn. The lullaby ends. Silence returns. James stands alone now. The others have retreated to the dugout for warmth and rest. Just him and the stars and the ghosts of all the men who stood watch before him and didn't survive to see Christmas. He thinks of them too. The friends who fell at the Somme, at Belleau Wood, at 100 other places whose names have become synonymous with death. He carries them with him. Their absence a weight he'll bear forever. Their memory a responsibility he can't set down. I made it, he whispers to them. I made it to Christmas. I made it through the night. I'm going to make it home. It feels important to say this aloud, to speak it into the darkness, as if speaking might make it true. The stars offer no response. The wind carries no answer. But James stands there anyway, making his promise to the dead and the living alike. And slowly, so slowly, he almost doesn't notice, the sky begins to lighten in the east. Whitmore. Chen's voice pulls him back to the present moment. What is it? Listen. James listens. At first he hears nothing, except the usual sounds of the trenches, water dripping, wood creaking, the distant murmur of men who aren't quite asleep. Then he catches it, singing. Not the German carols from before, but something else, something familiar. Silent Night, Sullivan says wonderingly. They're singing Silent Night, both sides. And they are, from the German trenches and from the Allied trenches. The same carol rises into the night sky, sung in different languages, but with the same melody, the same longing, the same desperate hope for peace. The harmonies clash and blend, creating something that's both beautiful and heartbreaking. James finds himself singing too, his voice joining the chorus, and around him, Hayes and Sullivan and Chen and even Peters are singing, their voices rough from cold and exhaustion, but sincere, so sincere it hurts. And for a moment, just a moment, the war stops, not officially, not permanently, but stops nonetheless, for the length of a carol, for the space of a song. Men who were trying to kill each other yesterday are instead singing about peace and hope. It can't last. They all know it can't last. Tomorrow, or the day after, or the week after that, the machinery of war will remember how to work, and men will go back to dying in efficient, organized ways. But tonight peace is real, even if only in song. When the carol ends, the silence that follows feels sacred. No one speaks, no one moves. They all just sit in the aftermath of that shared moment, letting it settle into their bones like a memory they'll carry forever. 2 hours until dawn, Peters says eventually, his voice barely above a whisper. 2 hours. James checks Morrison's letter one more time, making sure it's still safe in his pocket. 2 hours, and then they'll go looking. 2 hours, and then he'll either deliver this letter or carry it back with him. But for now, he waits. He waits with the taste of chocolate on his tongue and the sound of carols in his ears and the weight of Catherine's memory in his heart. Hayes pulls out his daughter's photograph again. "When I get home," he says quietly, "I'm going to spend an entire day just watching her, not doing anything else, just sitting there, watching her play, listening to her talk. 3 years of her life I've missed. Her first steps, her first words, all the little moments that make a person who they are." He traces the image with one finger. "I'll never get those back, but I can make sure I don't miss any more." "She'll remember you," Chin says. "Children are resilient. They forgive. They adapt." Hayes nods slowly, but his eyes are wet in the candlelight. "I hope you're right." Peters speaks up, his voice stronger now. "When I get back to Kansas, I'm going to work my father's farm, something I swore I'd never do before the war. But now, all I want is to put my hands in dirt, grow wheat, watch things live instead of die." He looks at his shaking hands. Maybe the work will make them steady again. Maybe not, but at least I'll be doing something that matters. "Tell us more about Catherine," Chin says. "Tell us about the wedding you're planning." James smiles, despite himself. "I haven't planned anything. I don't even know if she'll say yes." "She'll say yes," Sullivan says, with absolute certainty. "I hope so," James says. He closes his eyes, lets himself imagine it. Standing on Catherine's front porch, his uniform clean for once, his hands trembling, the door opening, her face appearing, the moment of recognition when she realizes he's real. He's home. "Catherine," he'll say, and his voice will crack on her name. "I came back. I promised I would, and I did. Will you marry me?" In the imagining, she says, "Yes." She says yes, and throws her arms around him, and they stand there crying and laughing and holding each other. "Small wedding or big?" Hayes asks. "Small, just family, close friends, nothing fancy, just real." "That hill outside town, the one where we watch the sunset, if the weather's good." "Take over my father's store, eventually, raise our children in the same small town, give them the kind of childhood that feels safe and normal and boring." James opens his eyes. Boring sounds perfect right now. Boring sounds like heaven, Peters agrees. They fall into comfortable silence, the kind that comes from shared experience and exhaustion. Outside, the night is at its darkest, that hour before dawn when everything feels suspended. And then, from somewhere in the German trenches, someone begins to sing again, a solo voice carrying across no man's land like a prayer. James doesn't understand the words, but he understands the emotion behind them: longing, homesickness, the ache of being far from the people you love. The voice is beautiful, trained maybe, or just naturally gifted, and in the pause between phrases, James can hear other men listening, bearing witness. When the song ends, someone in the Allied trenches begins to clap, slowly at first. Then others join in, and soon both sides are applauding. The absurdity of it strikes James suddenly. Soldiers from opposing armies applauding each other's singing, but hatred is exhausting, and tonight no one seems to have the energy for it anymore. 1 hour until dawn, Peters announces. 1 hour. James stands and stretches, but he's alive. He's made it through the night, and in 1 hour, they'll go looking for Morrison. He climbs back up to the observation post. The sky is definitely lighter now, gray bleeding into black. Dawn is coming, whether they're ready for it or not. James pulls out Morrison's letter one more time, holds it up to catch the faint pre-dawn light. "I'll find you," James whispers. "Morrison, wherever you are, I'll find you." It's a promise he's not sure he can keep, but he makes it anyway. James scans no man's land one more time, looking for any sign of movement, but there's nothing, just wire and craters and the things that don't move anymore. 30 minutes, Peters calls up. 30 minutes until dawn, 30 minutes until they go, looking. He thinks about Catherine again, about her promise to wait, about the life they might build together. And he thinks about Morrison, about friendship forged in the worst circumstances, about the brother waiting somewhere, hoping his twin is still alive. Tonight, peace is real, James whispers into the pre-dawn darkness. And for a moment, he believes it with his whole heart. Because if men from opposing armies can share chocolate and sing carols, then peace is possible. Maybe not permanent, maybe not perfect, but possible. And possibility is sometimes the most powerful force in the world. The sky grows lighter, the stars begin to fade, and Christmas morning arrives. "Time," Peters says. "Whitmore, Hayes, let's go find Morrison." James takes one last look at the lightning, sky, one last moment to gather his courage. Then he climbs down and prepares to cross no man's land one more time. Tonight, peace is real. Tonight, peace is real. End of Part 4. Chapter 5, The Gray Dawn. Dawn comes slowly on Christmas morning, bleeding into the sky like a wound opening. The darkness doesn't retreat so much as fade, gray replacing black by imperceptible degrees, until the world resolves itself into recognizable shapes, wire and mud, and the skeletal remains of trees that will never grow leaves again. Morrison still hasn't returned. James and Hayes prepare to go out as the first gray light touches the horizon. They check their rifles with practiced efficiency, hands moving through the motions automatically. Magazine secure, action smooth, safety on. They're not expecting to need weapons, but expecting and preparing are different things, and the trenches have taught them to always prepare. Take the direct route, Peters instructs, his hands still shaking, but his voice steady. Straight back to the main trench. If Morrison's out there, you'll find him along that line. He stops, because if Morrison made it back to the main trench, someone would have sent word. "We'll find him," James says, with more confidence than he feels. Peters nods, then does something unexpected. He reaches out and grips James's shoulder. A brief human contact that says everything words can't. Be careful, both of you. They climb out of the forward position into a world transformed by light. No man's land in daylight is different from no man's land at night. More real somehow, more honest about what it is. The craters are clearly visible, gouged scars in the earth. The wire gleams with frost, and everywhere, frozen in various states of decay, are the things that neither side has been able to retrieve. The evidence of battles that happened days or weeks or months ago. James tries not to look too closely at these shapes. Some of them might be equipment, abandoned packs, or broken weapons. Some of them are definitely not equipment. The line between what deserves dignity and what has become terrain is uncomfortably blurred. They move carefully, scanning the ground ahead for any sign of Morrison. The mud is frozen hard now, preserving tracks, and James spots what might be a fresh trail leading southeast, a line of disturbed frost that could be boot prints, could be anything. There, Hayes says quietly, pointing toward a shell hole about 50 yards ahead. Something's moving. They approach cautiously, rifles ready but pointed down, following the protocol for approaching the unknown in no man's land. As they get closer, James can see that, yes, something is moving. A figure huddled at the bottom of the crater, rocking slightly, wrapped in a coat that's more mud than fabric. Morrison, James calls out, and the figure jerks at the sound, looks up with a face so caked with mud it's barely recognizable as human. But it is Morrison. His eyes are too bright, feverish, and he's shaking so hard, his teeth chatter. When he tries to stand, his left leg won't hold him, and he goes down hard on one knee with a sound that's half gasp, half sob. James and Hayes slide into the crater, moving to either side of their friend. Up close, Morrison looks worse. His left pant leg is torn and dark, with what might be blood, or might be mud, or might be both. His hands are blue with cold, and when James touches his forehead, the heat of fever is unmistakable, even through gloves. What happened? Hayes asks, already working to get a field dressing around Morrison's leg. Wire, Morrison manages through chattering teeth. Caught my leg on the German wire coming back, tore it open, couldn't make it any further, so I waited. He looks at James with those two bright eyes. All night. I waited all night in this damn hole. You're going to be fine, James says, though he's not sure if that's true. The wound looks bad from what he can see, and Morrison spent a full night exposed to December cold with a fever already setting in. But what else can he say? You're going to be fine, he repeats, and helps Hayes wrap the wound. I have something for you, Morrison says suddenly, his hand fumbling at his own breast pocket. From my brother, he sent a letter, but I wanted to give you something. His fingers are clumsy with cold, but he manages to pull out a small object, a harmonica, battered and old. My grandfather's, Morrison explains, carried it through the Civil War. My brother and I used to play it as kids. I want you to have it for bringing that letter, for coming out here. James takes the harmonica carefully. It's warm from Morrison's body heat, the metal worn smooth by generations of hands. I have your brother's letter, he says, right here. I'll read it to you once we get you back. Morrison shakes his head weakly. Read it now, please. I've been waiting all night to know what it says. So James pulls out the letter, Morrison's letter from his brother, and breaks the seal with numb fingers. The paper crinkles in the cold, and for a moment he can't make sense of the words, his eyes adjusting to the handwriting, the formal military script. Then he begins to read aloud. Dear Thomas, Merry Christmas, brother. I'm writing this from a hospital tent behind the lines, recovering from a leg injury that's more painful than serious. The doctors say I'll be back to duty in 2 weeks, but honestly, I'm in no hurry. The cot is warm, and the food is adequate, and no one is shooting at me, which makes this the best Christmas present I could ask for. I heard the armistice is holding in your sector. Thank God. I've spent every day since November 11th wondering if you were alive, if you were safe, if you were coming home. Being twins means I'm supposed to feel it when something happens to you, right? That's what Mother always said, but I didn't feel anything except this constant low-level terror that I'd get a telegram telling me you were gone. I keep thinking about when we were kids, how we used to play war in the backyard with sticks for rifles. Remember? We'd take turns being the hero, charging the enemy position, saving each other from imaginary danger. It seemed so glorious then, so simple, good guys and bad guys, victory and defeat, clean lines and clear outcomes. Real war isn't like that at all. I'm sure you know that better than I do. You've been on the front longer. But in case you need to hear it, none of this is glorious. None of this is simple, and the only thing that matters is survival. Come home, Thomas. Whatever it takes, come home. I need my brother back. I need to sit on Mother's porch with you and drink lemonade and talk about anything except war. I need to see your face and know you're real, that we both survived this nightmare. They're saying we might ship out in January. Back to the States. Imagine that. Home by February. Spring planting season. You and me working the farm again, just like we planned before all this started. Feels impossible, but I'm choosing to believe it anyway. I'm choosing to believe we both get to have a future. Merry Christmas, brother. Stay safe. Stay alive. I'll see you soon. Your twin, Lieutenant John Morrison. When James finishes reading, Morrison's face is wet with tears that have nothing to do with fever. He's alive, he whispers. He's coming home. So are you, Hayes says firmly. Both of you are coming home. Now let's get you out of this crater. They lift Morrison between them, each taking one side, and begin the slow climb out of the shell hole. Morrison's bad leg drags, and he makes small sounds of pain with each movement, but he's conscious, he's talking, and that has to be enough. The journey back to the Allied trench takes an hour that feels like a year. They move in stages, 50 feet at a time, with frequent stops to rest and adjust their grip and make sure no one is shooting at them. The Christmas ceasefire seems to be holding, but trust only extends so far in a place designed for killing. Halfway back, they pass the crater where James had hidden the night before, where he'd huddled in freezing water while bullets snapped overhead. In daylight, it looks smaller, least threatening, just another scar in a landscape full of them. I thought about Catherine all night, Morrison says suddenly, his voice weak but clear. About home, about spring planting and summer rain, and all the ordinary things I'd forgotten to miss. He laughs, a sound that turns into a cough. Isn't that strange? I spent all night in a shell hole thinking about rain. Not strange, James says. That's what keeps us going. The ordinary things, the small things, rain and lemonade and warm beds and the people we love. They reach the Allied wire and find a path through, the same path James had used the night before. On the other side, hands reach down from the trench. Davis and other men from the company, all helping to pull Morrison to safety. "Medic," Davis shouts, and within seconds, a corpsman is there, taking over from James and Hayes, examining Morrison's leg with professional efficiency. "He needs to get to the field hospital," the medic says. "This leg is infected. He needs real doctors, not just me." They carry Morrison away on a stretcher, and James watches him go with a mixture of relief and sorrow. Relief that he's alive, that the letter got delivered even if not in the way he'd planned. Sorrow that another friend is leaving the trenches through injury instead of orders, that the war claims everyone eventually, one way or another. "You did good," Davis says, standing next to James in the trench. "Finding him, bringing him back, that was good work." James nods, too exhausted to feel proud or satisfied or anything except tired. He's been up all night. Crawled across no man's land twice, carried a wounded man through freezing mud, and the day has barely started, Christmas morning, and all he wants is to sleep for a week. But first, there's something he needs to do. He pulls out his own letter, the one for Catherine, and reads it one more time. The words still feel inadequate, still fail to capture everything he wants to say. But maybe that's the nature of love. It's always bigger than the words we use to describe it, always more than we can contain in ink and paper. He finds an envelope in his pack, addresses it carefully, and hands it to Davis. "Can you make sure this gets to the mail runner? It's important." Davis takes the letter with surprising gentleness. "I'll make sure it gets out on the next truck. Should reach the States by mid-January." He pauses, studying James's face. "Special girl?" "The most special," James says simply. He watches Davis tuck the letter into his coat pocket, watches it disappear into the machinery of the postal system that will carry it across an ocean and a continent to a small town in Iowa, where Catherine waits with her lavender perfume and her soft wool gloves, and her faith that he'll come home. "Merry Christmas, Whitmore," Davis says. "Merry Christmas," James replies, and means it, despite everything. The mud and the cold and the fear and the wounds, he means it. Because he's alive. Morrison is alive. Somewhere across no man's land, a German soldier who shared chocolate with him is alive, and Catherine is waiting, and spring will come, and the war will end, and life will continue in all its messy, beautiful, impossible glory. He pulls out Morrison's grandfather's harmonica, turns it over in his hands, and brings it to his lips. The metal is cold, but he blows gently, testing, and a single clear note emerges, then another, then the beginning of silent night, halting at first, then stronger. Other men join in, singing along. And for the second time in 12 hours, the trench fills with music instead of violence. It's a small thing, a fragile thing, but it matters. In a world designed for death, they choose song. In a place built for separation, they choose connection. And that, James thinks, is how you survive, not just by staying alive, but by insisting on being human, even when everything around you says humanity is a luxury you can't afford. Tonight, peace is real. Tonight, Peace is real. End of Part 5. Chapter 6. The Promise of Morning. By noon on Christmas Day, the war has remembered how to be a war, but gently, with less conviction than usual. There are no major artillery barrages, no coordinated attacks, just the occasional shot from a nervous sentry and the routine patrols that happen because routine is sometimes all that keeps the machinery functioning. James sleeps for 4 hours in a dugout that smells of earth and unwashed men and the ghost of coffee that someone brewed at dawn. He dreams of Iowa. Not the Iowa he left, but an Iowa transformed by memory, where wheat fields stretch to horizons and Catherine stands in snow that falls upward instead of down. When he wakes, Hayes is sitting nearby, cleaning his rifle with the methodical care of a man who has nothing else to do and all the time in the world to do it. Morrison made it to the hospital, Hayes says, without looking up from his work. Word came down an hour ago. They're keeping him for observation, but the medics think he'll keep the leg. He pauses, runs a cloth down the barrel. You saved his life, you know. Another night out there, and he'd have been gone. James sits up slowly, his body cataloging new aches to add to the old ones. We all saved him. You, me, Chin, Sullivan, Peters. We all brought him back. That's true, Hayes agrees, but you went first. That counts for something. He finally looks up, meets James's eyes. I got a letter from my wife this morning. She sent it a month ago, so it's old news, but she says my daughter is talking now. Full sentences, asking when Daddy's coming home. His voice cracks on the last word, and for a moment James sees past the soldier to the father underneath, a man who has spent 3 years missing birthdays and first words and all the small miracles that make up a childhood. You'll be home soon, James says. They're already talking about demobilization, January, February, at the latest. You'll see her before spring. Yeah. Hayes returns to his rifle, but his hands are gentler now. Yeah, I'll be home soon. The afternoon passes in the peculiar timelessness of the trenches, where hours can feel like minutes or days, depending on whether anything is happening. James helps with routine tasks, filling sandbags, repairing duckboards, distributing the Christmas rations that arrived late but arrived nonetheless. There's turkey somehow, and bread that's only slightly stale, and even a few tins of fruit that men trade like currency. Sullivan shares his rations with Chin, who shares his with Peters, who shares his with James, creating a circle of giving that transforms Christmas dinner into something almost normal. They eat sitting on ammunition crates in a dugout lit by candles, and for a little while, they could be anywhere, a family table, a community gathering, any place where people come together to share food and stories. To Morrison, Peters says, raising a tin cup filled with something that might be coffee or might be soup. It's hard to tell. To his brother, to all our brothers, they drink, and the liquid is warm at least, and that has to be enough. As darkness falls again, because darkness always falls, always returns, always reminds them that one day is just a brief interruption in an endless night, James finds himself back at his usual post on the fire step, looking out over no man's land. The landscape has changed since last night. New shell holes have appeared during the day's occasional firing. The wire has shifted in places where patrols from both sides have tested the boundaries of the ceasefire, but fundamentally it's the same, a waste, a wound, a place where the earth itself has been sacrificed to human violence. Yet something is different too. James can't quite name it, can't quite capture it in words, but there's a quality to the air tonight that wasn't there before. Not hope exactly. Hope is too strong a word for a place like this, but maybe the memory of hope, the echo of it, the ghost of what hope used to feel like before the war taught him to be more careful with his dreams. He pulls out Morrison's harmonica again, his now, a gift given in a shell crater on Christmas morning. The metal has warmed to his body temperature, fitting his hand like it was made for him. He brings it to his lips and plays softly, not any particular carol, but just notes, just sound, just something that isn't silence or violence. From the German trench, someone starts singing. James can't make out the words, but the melody is familiar, something German, something Christmas, something that speaks of home and longing and the desire for peace. Other voices join in, creating harmonies in the darkness, and James keeps playing, his harmonica weaving through the German words like thread through fabric. No one shoots, no one shouts, orders to be quiet. For this moment, for this song, the war allows itself to be something else, something gentler, something almost human. When the song ends, James lowers the harmonica and closes his eyes. In the darkness behind his eyelids, he sees Catherine, standing in winter sunlight, snow falling around her like a benediction. Her hair is gold, and her eyes are bright, and her hands in those soft wool gloves are reaching for him across the impossible distance. "Wait for me," he whispers into the night. "I'm coming home. I promise I'm coming home." And for the first time in 14 months, he truly believes it. Not because the war is over. The war will never really be over. Not in the ways that matter. Not in the hearts and minds of the men who fought it. But because he has survived this night, this Christmas Eve turned Christmas Day. And survival is its own kind of promise. Whitmore. He opens his eyes to find Davis standing beside him, holding something out, an envelope, Army Postal Service, forwarded through channels, bearing Catherine's handwriting. "Came in this afternoon's bag," Davis says. "Figured you'd want it sooner rather than later." James takes the letter with trembling hands. It's dated November 15th, which means it's been traveling for 6 weeks, crossing oceans and continents and the vast distances that war creates between people who love each other. He traces Catherine's handwriting with one finger, learning the shape of her name written in her own hand. "Thank you," he manages. Davis nods and disappears back into the trench, leaving James alone with the letter and the darkness and the lingering echo of German carols. He opens it carefully, as if the paper might crumble at too rough a touch, and tilts it toward the faint starlight to read. "My dearest James, I'm writing this on the day I heard about the armistice. The whole town is celebrating, church bells ringing, people crying and laughing in the streets, your mother hugging everyone she sees, but all I can think about is you, and whether you're safe, and when you're coming home. I've been counting days since you left. 493 days as of this writing, though I'm sure it will be more by the time you read this. 493 days of waking up and wondering if today is the day I get a telegram I can't survive. 493 days of saving every letter you send, reading them until the pages wear thin, searching for clues about how you really are beneath all the things the censors won't let you say. Your last letter talked about a hill outside town, about watching sunsets, about my hand in yours. I remember that day too. I think about it constantly. Sometimes I walk up there alone, just to stand in the same place and pretend you're beside me again. I want you to know something, James. I want you to know that I'm still here, still waiting, still believing in the future we talked about. People keep asking me if I'm sure, if I shouldn't move on or be realistic about the chances of, well, they mean well, but they don't understand. How could they? They've never felt what I feel when I think about you, never known the certainty that some things are worth any amount of waiting. Come home, James. Come home whole if you can, broken if you must, but just come home. I don't care if you're different from when you left. I don't care if the war changed you. I just care that you're alive, that we get another chance, that we get to keep becoming whatever we're going to become together. I'm wearing my gray gloves as I write this, the ones with the pearl buttons that you always said you liked. The weather has turned cold here, proper winter cold, and snow is falling outside my window. I keep thinking about you, somewhere in France, seeing the same stars I see, breathing the same air even if we're thousands of miles apart. The armistice means the war is over, but for me, the war won't really be over until you're standing in front of me again, until I can touch your face and know you're real and not just words on a page or memories I've held so tight they've started to blur at the edges. I love you. I'll wait as long as it takes. Come home. Yours always, Catherine. James reads the letter 3 times, then folds it carefully and tucks it into his breast pocket next to his heart. The paper is warm from his hands, and carrying Catherine's words there feels like carrying a piece of her with him. 493 days she's been counting, all this time, while he's been surviving minute by minute, hour by hour. She's been home measuring the war in days accumulated, like stones in a wall she's building between then and now. The night deepens. The temperature drops. Somewhere in the German trench, someone is playing an accordion, badly, but with enthusiasm. The sound carries across no man's land, and James finds himself swaying slightly to the rhythm. This strange music in a strange place, on the strangest Christmas he's ever known. Hayes joins him on the fire step, doesn't say anything, just stands there sharing the watch. After a while, Chen comes too, then Sullivan, then Peters with his shaking hands. They stand together in the darkness. 5 men who have survived the war thus far, who carry letters and photographs and memories of home like talismans against the chaos. Do you think it will last? Sullivan asks quietly. The ceasefire, I mean. Do you think we're really done fighting? It has to, Peters says, and his voice is steady despite his hands. It has to last because the alternative is unbearable. We have to believe we're done, that we survived, that we get to go home and be the people we were supposed to become. And somehow, in the darkness of Christmas night, with the war sleeping restlessly around them, James believes him. He believes all of it. That Chen will open his restaurant, that Hayes will teach his daughter about growing things, that Sullivan will find his way back to faith, that Morrison will heal and return to his twin brother, that he himself will stand on Catherine's doorstep and speak the words that will begin the rest of their lives together. It might be foolish to believe, It might be naive or wishful or all the things that survival has taught him to distrust. But tonight on Christmas, with stars overhead and music in the air and letters from home tucked against his heart, belief feels like the most important thing he can do. He brings Morrison's harmonica to his lips one more time and plays a single, sustained note that hangs in the cold air like a question or a prayer. From the German trench, someone echoes it on their accordion, and for a moment the two notes merge, becoming something larger than either instrument alone could create. Then James plays the opening bars, A Silent Night, and everyone, Allied and German, American and French, and British and Bavarian, everyone sings. The words are different, but the melody is universal, and the sound rises into the night sky like an offering to whatever God might still be listening after 4 years of war. Sleep in heavenly peace, sleep in heavenly peace. And when the song ends, when the last note fades into silence and the night reclaims its territory, James stands on the fire step with his brothers in arms and watches the stars and feels for the first time in 493 days that going home might actually be possible. Not certain, not guaranteed. The war has taught him better than to believe in certainties or guarantees, but possible. And in a place like this, in a moment like this, possibility is enough. The cold seeps deeper, the night grows darker, but James remains on watch, keeping vigil over a landscape that has seen too much death, carrying letters that speak of life, believing in a future that includes Catherine's laugh and her soft wool gloves, and mornings that don't begin with the sound of artillery. Tonight, peace is real. Tonight, peace is real. Tonight, peace is real. Behind him, in the dugout, someone has lit another candle. The flame flickers in the draft, casting moving shadows on the mud walls, transforming the space into something almost peaceful. Hayes pulls out his daughter's photograph one more time. Sullivan fingers his rosary. Chin closes his eyes and perhaps dreams of dumplings and home. Peter's hands shake, but less violently now, as if the singing has gentled something in him. And James stands watch through the deep hours of Christmas night, through the cold and the dark and the lingering threat of violence, because that's what you do. You keep watch. You hold the line. You wait for dawn with whatever faith you can muster. The hours pass slowly, each one a gift, each one a promise that morning will come, and with morning, the hope of going home, of letters reaching their destinations, of love surviving distance and time and war. James thinks about the journey ahead, the demobilization, the long ship crossing back to America, the train rides across half a continent, the moment when he'll finally stand on Catherine's doorstep and knock and wait and see her face when she opens the door. He imagines that moment so clearly it almost feels real. The surprise in her eyes, the recognition, the moment when she realizes he's not a dream or a memory, but solid and present and home. He'll say her name, she'll say his, and then words will fail, and they'll just hold each other. Standing on her porch, crying and laughing, alive and together, and finally safe. The sky begins to lighten in the east, gray bleeding into black. Another dawn, another day survived, another step closer to home. Morning, Hayes says quietly, standing beside him as the world resolves into shape and color. Morning, James replies, and it is. Christmas morning has become the day. after Christmas. The war continues, life continues, but something has changed, something fundamental and important and impossible to name. Maybe it's just this, that for one night, for a few hours on Christmas Eve, men chose peace over violence, song over silence, connection over separation. And that choice, however temporary, however fragile, matters. It has to matter, because if it doesn't, if human connection can't transcend human violence even for one night, then what hope is there for any of them? Tonight, peace is real. Tonight, peace is real. Tonight, peace is real. James closes his eyes one last time, and in the darkness behind his eyelids, Catherine is waiting, her hair gold in winter sunlight, her smile warm and real, her hands reaching for him across the distance. "I'm coming home," he whispers, and somewhere, across an ocean and a continent, he hopes she can hear him. Tonight, peace is real. Tonight, peace is real. Tonight, peace is real. The end.